Hello, everybody. Back again to play Rogue Trader. Fair warning, I am waiting on food to be delivered, but they're running late, so I'll have to step away for a second to go grab that, and we'll get right back into it. Anyway, yeah, this is our second session with Rogue Trader. Started off pretty strong. This will be our first time actually sort of acting as a rogue trader after we kind of by default ended up being the next in line in the order of succession to hold the warrant of trade. And we were tasked with meeting up with a few other potential crewmates, I guess. Oh, sounds like the food's here. I'll be right back. One moment. Alright. I'm back. Knew it was going to be as soon as I started. Okay. Right, so we're supposed to replace our Engiseer Prime, which is kind of the maybe like the highest ranking tech priest on the ship, who's kind of in charge of all the other ones. We also need a navigator, which is pretty essential for warp travel. Need them to guide the ship through the warp, otherwise in all likelihood we just get devoured by some kind of warp storm or worse. And who else did we need? I don't know if there was... I know those were the main two. We're supposed to meet up with an interrogator of the Inquisition because our predecessor had agreed to pick him up out here. So I guess those are kind of the three folks we're looking for here.
Lord Captain.
Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously as though he's inspecting you for shortcomings. Then he offers a courteous nod. Lord Captain. Let's talk about things that may be useful to me. I'd like to know more about my seneschal. You may call me by my first name if you wish.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Okay. Outline the situation in the Coronis Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Alright. So that's interesting. The Inquisitor, the Lord Inquisitor, has shown up and kind of started to straighten things out here. Who are the main players I need to be aware of?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
I was right about Chorda. Can't believe I remembered her name. Though I didn't remember her name was Incendia Bastal Chorda.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
All right. St. Drusus. Excuse me. St. Drusus. We've encountered a few hiccups mentioning him. I do remember his name. coming up a number of times with the tabletop as well. Definitely interested in hooking up with the explorators and seeing what kinds of mischief we can get up to with them. Kunrad, our previous master of whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain.
Well, let's get to know more about Abelard.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
No. I mean, you succeeded a test there and got some XP. That's cool. I like that there are certain benefits to inquiring about these things. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, Any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4. And if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship. And I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Of course. Lord Captain.
I'm not gonna suggest that he calls me by my first name, because I feel like he would just refuse anyways. I think I got a good enough read on him to know that he would never do that. And with my background as a commissar, I'm pretty, not like super strict about titles, but I wouldn't suggest it. That's the way things are. We'll leave them that way. Whoa there. Didn't think this would bring me to a loading screen. This is our galaxy map type thing. So I'm not ready for that. Star systems. The events of Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader take place in a vast region of space known as the Coronis Expanse. This sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you'll get a chance to visit. You will find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the expanse. What you see before you is the map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest and click on it to initiate the event or open the planet view. And how do we leave? We'll look at that in more depth once we're done on this ship here. I want to go around and talk to everybody else. What we got here? Lord Captain's quarters. This hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valancius, in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. This majestic portrait, painted by a skilled artist, greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. The coat of arms of House von Valancius, House von Valancius is crowned with the text of the Oath of Rogue Traders, the Emperor's faithful servants. I see they clean this place up nice. There's a noticeable lack of corpses. Ticking of the clock is too quiet for its bulky size. Lord Captain's personal cogitator. Oh, okay. His credits. Figured it had the owl cat logo there. Vault. Can put stuff in here. Gotta find out what we do with all this cargo we have stored up. The light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like a bony face is mocking you. An orc skull. The bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of papers, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. I think we saw that one when we came in here. Same with this funky rock. Might have seen all of these. Liturgies of the faithful to his word and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. Anything new in here? This might be new. Ooh, goods. Unfinished letter. His chagrin is irrelevant. We're back to this. Voigtvir's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at, uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Conrad has served me far too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he's no fool. He cannot have seriously expected to become the next in the Von Valencius line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. We still don't know exactly what he did. Beyond the stained glass is the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. Alright, looks like we're probably done in here. I don't know if I saw these two before, though. Positions of the pieces on the board suggest this game of Regicide was interrupted, the winner never determined. Glint of the displaying weapons is mesmerizing. You've never seen so many... Well, you've never seen many of these articles before. Ah. Now, how do we leave here? This... Ah, okay. This is an elevator. I see. Factotum generis. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding, and he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Generous Janrock, at your service. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? As the High Factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all their shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the Von Valencius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. How did you come to serve the dynasty? I come from Darganus, your lordship. Isn't that where the other guy came from? I've been a subject of your dynasty since my birth, and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family due to my being 15th in line for the title, but I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. Generous lets out an almost kindly chuckle. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. Wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Nope, not that one. Keeping tabs on your subordinates, a wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I'll endeavor to be as honest as possible. Generous's eyes light up. He's obviously eager to speak his mind. What about the Seneschal? Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Worsarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there's something else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your Seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possessed the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably whenever Lady Theodora was away, and that's really saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say, or alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. I'd like to hear your opinion of Conrad of Voigtvir, the former Master of Whispers. I hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although, he would at least be able to do some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines, after all. The factotum's bloated face grows stern. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain. And still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voigtvir's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out Conrad lacked the most important quality for a Master of Whispers. Unwavering loyalty to the rogue trader, and his failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What about Vox Master Vigdis Ptolemy? Ah yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. What the heck? Mutants are the bane of humanity. An unseen tumor... I guess they technically are mutants, huh? An unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Ptolemy has spent in post as Vox Master, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Oh, I'm thinking of somebody else. Vox Master. This is the lady with the Vox implant in her mouth, maybe? Needless to say, she's very diligent. She's very diligent, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust her skills and loyalty. I thought he was talking about the... What is his title? First mate guy. The guy that actually pilots the ship up here with me. What is his title? I've forgotten. He had like pale skin. I assume he's Voidborn. He's probably around here somewhere. Want to know more about the people who buy our plunder? Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you exactly? We most often deal with the followers of St. Drusus, the Exploradors, the Kazbala Commission, or Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. Abelard did not bring up the Fellowship of the Void. Who are they? Generous emits a laugh-like gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they're a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotilla needs supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there's always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Emesicus on Footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. I'm unfamiliar with them. What about St. Drusus? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coronis Expanse into the warm embrace of their faith, just as their flocks hope to receive the aid of the Drusian mercenaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign the rogue trader himself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians, and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Tell me about the Explorators. Members of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet, which have been roaming the Coronis Expanse for a good while now. Omnissiah knows what they're hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds. They're hoping to find, show up on inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly, they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on Footfall. Kazbala Commission, masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Calixis sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They're led by Vladimir Tokara. These names. Who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of Rogue Trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladame, look for him in the Liege's palace on Footfall. Why are we giving away our spoils to these people in the first place? Profit from them, of course. Most of these things you will find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Kazbalika dealers and exploradors, none will refuse our help in these dark and trying times. And there may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it would be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. I would like to replace the painting of the late Theodora in my chambers, hang my portrait instead. I think it's a little too early for that. Just seems disrespectful. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. My retinue and I are in need of training. What is this? Rest assured, there are people of the most outstanding talents among the thousands of your crew. I will contact the overseers at once. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Did not expect that you could do that. Let's make custom team members, I guess. Pretty cool. I guess Baldur's Gate 3 had that to some extent. Different people you could recruit through one of the NPCs. Oh, here's the Vox Master. Can't even tell that they're a mutant. A thin, pale woman stands out amongst the rest of the crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. And you see the grate of a quietly humming vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Remind me who you are? Why do you look so strange? Let's just do this to get a formal rundown on... Well, I guess... Whatever. Let's just go through these. Voxmaster Octavius Vigdis Suriata of the Ptolemon dynasty. The current Voxmaster serving aboard your vessel. In accordance with the Seneschal's orders, I assumed this duty immediately upon the demise of the esteemed Voxmaster Septimus, who was my grandfather. What are your duties? I am the ears and voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels, and we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in the local networks after their watches, and what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come see me and I will satisfy your curiosity. Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting recently? Forgive me, Lord Captain, I have no information that would be of any interest to you at the moment. What's wrong with your face? My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's millions of worlds. We're used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Where does the word Voidborn come from? I can't imagine. Maybe because they were born in space, buddy? Because we are the children born in the void between the stars. Be it in the womb of a traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station. Low gravity, voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn in my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it's feeling and thinking. We're part of the ship just like it's part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for certain aspects of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptolemon dynasty has produced the ship's Vox Masters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. In the Fantasy Flight game, like in this, you can choose Voidborn as your homeworld. And I guess I didn't think too much about the like just how in-depth the concept of Voidborn go. I mean, the idea of them, like, having centuries-long generations of people that just, like, family members that work specifically in a certain role on the ship that, again, their family has been on for centuries. Makes sense. But also the way that they are kind of looked down on by non-Voidborn is sad, but also makes sense given the setting. Certainly the nobility, like the guy we just talked to there, would look down on them. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I'm the Vox Master, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its demesne. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. The Voidborn sound a lot like Quarians from Mass Effect. They just have that kind of intimate knowledge of all the sounds and functions of the ship, spending their whole lives on them. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, but alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomenon during longer voyages. But the people that run the ship. Vigdis hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idra Talas not shown up at the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Looks like you're close friends with Idra. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear around the corner of Vigdis's eyes, the only hint that the Vox Master is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage, but you see, many consider Idra to be different. I'm different too. We've spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing regicide over a glass of amasec. Except Idra changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of the Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Idra considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her in my own way. Another test. Interpreting the Vox Master's emotions based on half a face and a Vox-modulated voice is no easy task, but you manage to catch the undercurrent of Vigdis's words. Vox Master is not merely saddened by her rift with Idra, she is devastated by it. Oh. Have you ever left the ship? I doubt it. Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Vigdis twitches her shoulder, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. I see. Let's do a fellowship test. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Success. Vox Master nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she's holding. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship. reaching the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Great. That'll be all. What else we got around here? Oh, there's the helmsman. That's what I was thinking of earlier. Master Helmsman Ravor. See, he's very pale. Seems like some kind of mutation. A tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and muscles are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravor at your service. Remind me, who are you? I'm the Master Helmsman, Lord Cabin. I stand at the wheel of this here your vessel, and bark commands at the idiots who tend to its related systems. In layman's terms, I'm the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or a disruptive gravitational wave when we're traveling through the void. You control the ship in real space? I wish that was my only job. I have to steer through the warp too, but most of the credit for that goes to the navigator. The warp's a nightmare, always tossing up something new. All my years at the helm, they count for nothing in there. My part's small enough. I just monitor our systems, follow the charted route, and I don't kick up a fuss when new orders come in from the navigator's sanctum. Real space. Now that's where I keep my eyes peeled. Gravitational anomalies, void currents, hard radiation. The kind of shit shows up everywhere. I think the Emperor, the auger on this vessel... the augers on this vessel are holding up, and so far we've been able to spot if something bad is coming our way. Who are these idiots you're in charge of? There are too many to list them all. Tech priests from the Engineerium, voidsmen from the auger decks, the work-shy fools on the bridge. I'd have last one of them flogged. They all need a wake-up call. They need to be whipped into shape, or else this ship is going nowhere. Or even worse, it'll go somewhere we don't want it to. You're Voidborn, are you not? That I am. Okay. I was right. Born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of the Chartist vessel. A Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15, then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by lower hold scum. They spared the youngins, of course. They did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors, but I was having none of it, and they weren't going to make a servitor out of me, so I escaped into the crawlways. Then I spent months picking them off, one after another. Ravor stops abruptly. You got me talking up a storm. Anyways, yes, I'm a Voidborn. Well, there's yet another example of Voidborn being attacked. Although, I mean, that could be... No, he was on a different vessel, he said. Born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartist vessel. Yeah, so... It's a different ship than the Voxmaster. She was born here. Finish your story. Stay silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danarok spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter. I can see you're not a gregarious sort. Revor's eyes twitch, which makes a grimace on his face even uglier. Have I done something to displease the Lord Captain? Definitely not. Did I mishear you, or you haven't given the rogue trader cheek? Answer me, Void Rat. No, no, no. Merely sharing an observation? Sure. On the contrary, you're the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boots. Also true. I'm just merely sharing an observation, though. Trevor gives you a careful look and scoffs. Right you are. Not hard to see that it's not hard to see that I'm in a foul mood. I'm not the only one to blame for it, you know. Trevor points at the cables around him. Connecting wires. Once they go into the control panel, I become one with the ship. Except the bloody cogs messed up the wire stimulus injectors and the connectors when they implanted them. They twisted the wires the wrong way or burned something in my noggin. Anyways, I can't sleep. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's been 30 years of non-stop stimulants and splitting headaches, so you'll forgive me if I'm not all smiles, Lord Captain. Jesus. 30 years with no sleep. Popped up on drugs all the time. Tell me about the Voidborn. A lot of Voidborn talk here. Trevor winces and rubs his temple. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation like Ptolemy, the new Voxmaster. I ain't the talking type. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good-for-nothing wasters, that's what they are. Each and every one. Take Generous Danrock, that highborn weasel. He fawns over the other officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they can take the fall for him, too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him, got caught by the Seneschal and ended up in the Void Hatch. Danrock couldn't care less. The Voxmaster, another Ptolemy like the last one, Void Rest him, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up her post, said the Vox systems were damaged and the Engineerium had no contact with other modules, but how am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the cog reports from the powers of my mind? With the powers of my mind? First officer Warsarian, I can't stand him. Like every Navy officer I ever met, he doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void. He puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him have had words a few times before he left me alone. I think the Emperor Lady Theodora trusted me more than the Seneschal when it came to helming a void ship. Then there's that woman. What's her name? Talas? Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went, and look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that it was that witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship. Some would disagree. They say she's friends with young Ptolemy, you know? Or at least she used to be. An exhaustive answer. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? Rever looks perplexed. Just what kind of question is that? I like you, and Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was making cracks about the rogue trader? I don't want to die just yet. Bye, Ravor. Lord Captain. Alright, who else is up here? We got Argenta. Anybody on this side? Servitor. Let's talk to Argenta. See how many times she brings up faith in the Emperor.
Rogue trader.
Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. You said you had a personal request for me. Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas, yourself. How'd you end up on the ship? What's keeping you in my retinue? Well, let's see what she wants from us.
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader.
Oh, she's not going to read this for me, huh? The accused servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in the Von Valencius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls should expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader can meet with the orphans. What good would meeting them do? Make arrangements for a meeting worthy of a rogue trader. I will address the orphans with a speech. I will meet with them, no formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valencius dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve. Deliver this order on my behalf. The orphans are to be properly provided for, but a personal meeting with a rogue trader is too much. Why would I? Do you wish to fill these children's heads with the illusion that the world and its rulers care about them? I will have no part in this. Jesus. Okay, well, we do want to address them. So it's going to be one of these two. I'm trying to... last time I was talking about how I kind of want to do a balance of... like, I want to be a pragmatic commissar who's not... like the worst, you know. So he's got a level of empathy when appropriate, but sometimes duty supersedes that. He generally tries to do the right thing, again where it's permitted, but he's not a saint, you know. He is a commissar, so generally he's gonna he's not gonna go out of his way to like break certain, what do I want to say? He's not gonna break certain taboos with like higher ranking officials or whatever. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Let's do this one. This seems like a commissar kind of thing to do. I will address the orphans with a speech. Oh, we're going right now. Okay. Yeah, he's not going to be like a, you know, I'll go down there unannounced and just hang out with the kids kind of thing. But he does want to sort of, he wants to address this. I guess in a way that's befitting of his position or something. A group of adolescents, clearly dressed in their finest, freshly pressed clothes, forms a straight line before you. Some stare at you with wide eyes like you're some mythical creature, while others huddle together in fear and look away. I guess another aspect of this is that I imagine Vaughn here has spent the vast majority of his life in the military and in professional settings where, you know, to the point where he doesn't really know how to just like be down to earth, especially with children. He probably hasn't interacted with many people younger than conscripts in the military. So he wants to do the right thing here. Wants to give them some kind of ease. And also inspire them. But the way he knows best to do that is to be a rogue trader, be a commissar, give a speech. Anyways. I'm trying to work this out as I go as well. I'm trying to develop his identity so that in the future we have a stronger kind of foundation for his character to work off of. Our infatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It's hardly the Scala Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. As you approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valencius. Okay, what are our options here? Grandly address the group. Smile at the group. Address the chaperones. No, not that one. Smile at the group. Okay, this first one sounds good. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the von Valencius banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them and believe that you will become their worthy heirs. The teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed by your speech. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our families and parents died in the dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for his impudence. Address the chaperones. The comportment leaves much to be desired. I hope they'll be molded. No. Molded into worthy servants of the House von Valencius. This audience is over. Address the chaperones. Punish this troublemaker. Put the rest back in their bays. The audience is over. Address the group. If you have things to say them without fear and I will listen. Okay. Ignore the interruption. Rest assured you won't be abandoned. You will be taken care of. No. Speak your minds. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back. And it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. Guy's too observant. Promote him. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives, the truth, and for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked this ship, I was there. I took command, I fought, and I repelled the assault as quickly as I could, but no war can be won without loss. No. You can only strive to do what's within your power. The strong have the power to decide the fate of others. The weak either obey or die. If you seek a different lot in life, boy, save your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. And these are both addressing the chaperones, which I don't want to do. I like the sentiment of this one, where it's like encouraging him to rise above the rest, to use that as motivation to seek greater things. But the framing of it is pretty brutal. I think we'll do this one here. An appeal to duty and honor. You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge, carrying packaged treats with Von Valentius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Mini Mounds bars? Whipping them at the kids. Argenta rubs her temples pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. There she goes. Like I was saying last time, I think in our backstory, Vaughn was a more typical hard-nosed commissar, you know, who maybe viewed his troops as more expendable than he should have. But always had like a kernel of empathy and humanity in him that he was always trying to kind of like bury so that he could better do his job. But I don't know if it says it here, but our Grim Portent, I think it was here, the reason we have a -5 in awareness was that we like lost a whole group of troops that were under us, and it really affected him. So maybe that was like the turning point where, you know, maybe he was left all alone in a terrible situation, and he realized that the callousness with which he was approaching his job was the inferior option. So he's been softening over time, trying to shed many of those traits that a typical commissar of the Imperium might have, in favor of a bit more empathy. But he tries to balance that with his, doing his duty to the best of his ability. So that's the kind of thing I'm aiming for with him. That's why I wanted to primarily focus on Iconoclast for him. But I do want Dogmatic in the mix. This is, I mean, this is like empathy, duty, and utter selfishness, I guess. I'm not sure where. Oh, so Puritan is only dogmatic. It's a green bar here. But Heretical and Iconoclast are both fanatical, which I suppose makes sense. The Puritans are the hardest of hard lines. Puritans follow the doctrine and laws of the Imperium to the letter, making compromises with Xenos or using the weapons of the enemies of humanity as anathema to them. Any who suggest otherwise they consider a heretic who deserves nothing but the severest punishment. Fanatic radicals are willing to push the boundaries of what is permissible in the quest for tools and means to achieve their goals. They often use xenoweaponry and even creations of chaos for their own ends. Many radicals are punished for their heretical acts or fall victim to their own dubious methods. I kind of like that Iconoclast and heretical are both fanatical, because it really demonstrates how, like, this really demonstrates the kind of overall mentality of the Imperium. Like, Iconoclasts want to do what's right for people, but the Imperium is held together by dogmatism, and that's why you end up with people who want to do the right thing, and so they spurn the dogmatism of the Imperium, but that often leads them into heresy, which just further proves to the more puritanical that the dogmatism is the way, because if you stray from the dogmatic path, you risk becoming a heretic and potentially doing far more harm than you ever dreamed you could. Anyways, so yeah, I think we're probably going to end up being fairly fanatical, but there will still be a puritanical lean there. Anyways, again, I'm just trying to, like, get all that figured out as early as possible so we can start making decisions on that as soon as we can. Even in her stillness, Sister Argenta radiates energy. With her dark eyes shining and a slight blush to her cheeks, she's reciting a prayer and looks at you only once she has spoken the final line. Von Valencius, greetings. I'd almost forgotten that her first name is Von Valencius. Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Oh, there are no follow-ups to that. Okay, well, tell me about the sororitas then.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adepta Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adepta Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of faults and weakness.
I was going to bring up the Repentia.
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, Those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
I wonder why she's here then.
And we seek out the relics that have been lost.
Maybe that.
Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Lore Imperium succeeded. The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belonged to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Coronis Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy. Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
How did you end up on this ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
I'm sure it will. You mentioned making a mistake. Well, let's see. Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We can go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the Von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Yeah, navigators have to make maps to, when they find a route, like a new route to a planet. I believe their navigator houses guard those routes very fiercely, because obviously if only they know the paths to certain planets, then ships have to recruit navigators from their house to get to those worlds. In the Fantasy Flight game, if you played a navigator, you could chart your own star maps when you discovered new routes and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
What was it like traveling on Theodore's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright. As you wish.
What is keeping you in my retinue? Well, I would imagine it's just that she doesn't have anywhere else to go right now.
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the rogue trader's crew.
It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught. I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope you will remain in the crew and that this ship becomes your home. You might be of use to me, so I have no problem with your presence. I see no place for you on my ship. We will take you to Footfall, and that will be all.
So they shall.
Alright. Who else needs to talk at us here? Gotta find a Darva somewhere. Over here. Bridge Technomat. Look at all these candles. You got enough candles, buddy? Anyone down here? Nope. Glad they got that chaos spawn cleaned up. Oh, there's Idra. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Itera turns her head towards you and offers a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. About your abilities, where did you come from? What's it like being a psyker? I'd like to hear your augury. What awaits me in the future? Did you know Theodora well? Things are strained between you and Argenta. None of these are greetings. I guess let's just ask her about where she...
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me
It's an
about it.
out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
Turned into what? What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Itera looks at you expectantly, then as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs. How'd you end up in the rogue trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amasek. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Now finish your story.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right? Of course, Lord Captain.
Tell me about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra? Certainly not. I'm concerned about your level of control over your abilities. Worried about the crew. Psykers aren't the safest people to live alongside. Let's ask her if she's been to Terra.
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
Do you live with this whispering in your head? What would happen if your door burst open? Aren't you afraid about losing control? Can you see my future? What would happen if it burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
How do you live with the whispering?
Training, habit, and a little Amasek and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Do it.
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Hidra laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Okay. Did you know Theodora well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head. Of course. All
right. Not everybody? Yeah, we've only got three crew. This is the captain's quarters. Looks like that might be it. What's over here? Nothing. Alright, well, let's go to the map and see what that has for us. Sounded like we had a few different choices on where we can go. What we got? Is this us? I think that's us here. An unidentified void ship here. Got a bunch of missions here. Machine Spirit Keeper, New Blood, land on Rykhead Minoris. Visit Ricadiphilia Prison Planetoid. The guide. Well, scan is required. Let's just go here because we have a lot of stuff to do there. We'll check out all this other stuff later on. Talk to the high-fact totem to respec. Good to know. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy and the quill you've been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died on the ship's bridge and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. Rather presumptuous. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Conrad, Voigtvir's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Step back or else. Kneel before the rogue trader, your lives belong to me. Stop, I did not wish for any of you to die. I think this maybe is triggering our past trauma. Again, of losing people who were under my charge. I'm in a state of heightened emotions here. Do that one. The dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realize that your trembling hand has found the shard with its when its razor-sharp edge cuts into your palm. An unbearably bright light floods everything around you, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. Curved swords. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven. The path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Yes, master. I am the sword's master, not its servant, remember that. Throw the demon blade away, never. Chug it. Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it becomes one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. Well, that was a short run. You awaken from the vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat, and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again. So you reach a shaking hand for your Vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head to the nearest airlock, be claimed by the void. I'm okay with getting a little heretical, but I'm not touching demon weapons. Keep the chaos away. I'll use Xenotech or something, but not whatever Zinchian mischief is going on here. Definitely smells like Zinch. We did fail a quest there, but I'm sure it was a quest line that takes you down the path of heresy. Powerful warp entity promised the rogue trader might and power if he managed to become the new champion of chaos. Yeah. That's not in the cards for this guy. Do another playthrough with a heretic-aligned psyker or something like that. By all means. But not Vaughn here. Where do we need to go here? Back to the map, or... Let's see.
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
Get there from this again. No, we didn't quite reach the planet, it seems. Begin scan. Extractium. A mobile mining outpost assembled in accordance with the Blessed Standard Template construct. The small industrial complex can be deployed on practically any world, however inhospitable. The Surf clan assigned to it will devote itself to the maintenance of its sacred mechanisms and the extraction of resources needed by the rogue trader. Surf clan. What a miserable life that would be there. No matter how inhospitable. Some really nice looking rocks on this volcanic planet that's all irradiated. Send down generations worth of people to work there. Choose a party. Oh wow, we can have up to 5 other characters with us. Okay, well, take everyone. Starport. God. Oh, we got a fancy harvest lighter. Gold trim. Dynasty colors. Starport greets you with the din of ordnance and smell of explosives tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom. Sergeant Malgar. Among the cracked rockcrete and bent plasteel, you notice a man in the warden's uniform. He stares at the gleaming gold of your shuttle in surprise. Did the governor send his personal guards? No matter. What are you standing there for? Meat? Are you waiting for the rebels to blast your bucket again for good measure? The skies over the capital are blocked by enemy fire. All aerial traffic has been halted. What pest gave you clearance to deploy? Pah, by all the saints, I'm Sergeant Malgar. And you lot report to me now. Straighten yourselves out and drag your arses after me. I'll map out a defense sector for you. By the end of his tirade, the sergeant's voice grows quieter as his eyes focus on your expensive gear. Abelard turns purple. By the holy throne, what is this mess? Idra glances around. They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. You must be mistaken. I'm the rogue trader of House von Valancius. Abelard, enlighten this rabble about the proper manner of greeting the Emperor's chosen. I am rogue trader von Valancius. Give you a status report this instant. That one. With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an exemplary soldier, and barks, "My mistake, sir. At once. The starport is under the control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commander is Sergeant..." Jesus. Frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. With a rasping cough, the sergeant turns back to you. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Lasse, Malgar, reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? Some dirty dog nearly shot down my shuttle. What's going on here? You happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? That's hardly what's most important right now. What is going on here? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower levels sparked, then it went up the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, the mag train stations. My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priests linked to satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Reichhead Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures in order to increase security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden's detail. The alarm was raised and we were set to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. There's fighting in the capital, but we're holding strong, giving no quarter to the rebels. The Emperor protects. The sergeant's voice is brimming with daring confidence. Who are you, anyway? What caused this rebellion? How can some pathetic rebellion be cause enough for such a lackluster welcoming ceremony in order of a rogue trader's arrival? It is an insult. Jesus. Pat him on the shoulder. You're doing fine work, Malgar. And so are your troops. People like you that hold the Imperium together. I cannot leave you and your people without aid. Reinforcements will be sent from my ship. What caused the rebellion? Ill thoughts, sir. We've fallen on hard times. The ground keeps shaking, things keep exploding. The people are scared. They've forgotten all about their duty. And that's when those forgive me, preachers came. They started riling up everyone. Sure enough, we shot a few, but they just kept coming, more and more of them. Preachers. Reinforcements. I live to serve. The sergeant is so astonished that he only barks out the mandated words of gratitude after a non-mandated lengthy pause. We won't fail. We won't forget. We'll be praying to the Emperor for you, your lordship. Do you know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? The word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills with awe. I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at the headquarters, your lordship, sir. I'm going to see the governor. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. You would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders to them to wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters they better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we'll follow the governor's orders and hold the line. Here. Idara frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she's looking through the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes now may falter in darkness. Rank in epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head round these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. Is the path ahead dangerous? What exactly awaits me? What tech priest? You're a good soldier, Malgar. I'll see your heroism is noted. You're a fool. The governor, who is safe and sound in the rear, has left you for dead. And here you are preaching about glory. A good fighter would have long since reclaimed the starport, move out and attack, you cowardly knave. What tech priest? A very important person from the Adeptus Mechanicus came on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. He kept on asking whether anyone by the name of Amarant or Amarnat or something like that had recently arrived. Barely answered any of our questions, though, said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He demanded to talk to the governor personally, so I had to send a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. Good soldier. Fool. You suck. The sergeant blushes slightly. I live to serve. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands. On your travels, you will hear many rumors. Those of them that are deserving of the road trader's attention are logged in a separate section of the journal. Sometimes rumors are just that, other times there is a truth to them, and in some cases, there may be even more. To verify a rumor, travel to the place indicated in the rumor's description. While traversing the Coronis Expanse as the rogue trader, you are bound to hear rumors regarding your own deeds and exploits, some of which will reflect the reaction of the Expanse's denizens to the choices you've made. Okay. Oh, good thing we brought this guy. Blessing the ship's engines. I really did scuff up that wing, huh? You got anything else to say? No.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What do we got around here? Grand viaduct for receiving esteemed guests is buried under the rubble.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Steal their stuff. Anointed purity seal wax. Corpse starch rations. Void sweat ale.
Victory awaits.
Well, let's check the rumors it was talking about there. Warden of the Expanse. Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar is a powerful and mysterious figure who plays a pivotal role in the fate of the Coronis Expanse. His power is so great that it extends even over rogue traders. Unidentified void ship. According to the satellites, one of the unidentified void ships circling the nearby star has landed on a large uninhabited world in the system. Magnus class rechargeable battery. Shipment of low sticks, supercharged plasma accumulator.
None shall stand in my way.
Alright, so we running towards the gunfire?
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
I will take you down.
Good lord. A lot of people. Okay. You're in my way, buddy. I want to be there. Let's go there. We can put Itera there. Actually, maybe Itera further back. Yeah. Wow. Nearly dropped her to half health with the first move.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay. Targets dodge and parry. Put that on Abelard. I'm gonna run him out there.
Why did I not foresee this?
Ow. He just did more damage to us than he did to them. Thanks for that.
Nothing I can't do.
Let's give Abelard return here. Oh yeah, he doesn't have movement when we do this. So do that. Get the deflection.
Suits my purposes.
Indeed.
Can get back there, huh? Ideally we'd end in some kind of cover, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Could get into their back line, but then we're so open. Probably not the smartest idea. But all we can do is charge from here. Let's just take this guy out.
High momentum.
That's right. Abelard has a shotgun too. Or are they running? What is even? Man. Sister has taken some hits. Try to move her. Move her up to some better cover here.
guided by faith.
Unfortunately, Abelard is kind of in the way there. Can't shoot through any of that, although they seem to be. Oh, these guys, though.
Doubt is for the weak.
Wow. Not your best, Argenta. Yeah. Killed one. Oh, she also has the, we could do a heroic act. Extra number of attacks equal to her weapon's fire rate. And she reloads. Yeah. Let's do that. Try to take out as many as we can here. Oh, what's going up with my cursor being so slow sometimes?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Nice. Still attack. Okay. How are they shooting through that?
To meet the same end.
Wow, Itera just got taken out from all the way over there. Yeah, how are they shooting through this thing? I couldn't shoot through that. I shot through that and over the sandbags. Voice of command. Not gonna let me do it on him. Okay. Abelard. Can't get out there. Suppose we could charge. Can't reach there. No, let's just get him over there.
Follow my lead.
You can cleave these
I will do my
foes.
duty. The more the better.
Annihilated. And we could charge over
Victory is
here.
imminent. I'll revert to more now.
Okay. Well, we're down 2 squad mates already. He can't really get there.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
I need 2 points to use the med kit. That servitor didn't walk correctly. Can't use that on anybody.
Not a problem for me.
Blessed are those who sacrifice for the Imperium.
Did we just lose Vaughn too? What the heck? Man.
That is not the Emperor's will.
And we can't use this. Well, this is not going well at all.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Yep, pretty bad. This servitor forgot how to walk, just hovering.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
What the heck? What is that back there? Can't shoot there. Can't shoot anywhere here. Okay. There's like nowhere for us to get in cover. Just nowhere. There's always people in the way. Still not dead. Okay, well, we got a whole bunch of traumas. Can only be removed and fully healed back on the ship. Well, that's a heck of a first battle. That's a lot of stuff. Okay, so this is, what, a straight upgrade? Seems to be. 20, 10, 20, yeah. Medium. His is actually better. So is hers. Shock baton. 9 to 14 damage. AP. Okay, this is better in most ways. Can we not do that? No. I think that. Is this the same shotgun? Yeah. Where did the sergeant go? Is this him? Did he die?
Follow my lead.
Guard.
I'll lay claim to the stars. A new challenge for me?
Written on the side of the shuttle in pilot slowly slang are the words goods. Are the words it's gone. And I don't. Is there a setting to make those stay up longer, because they definitely don't stay up long enough? That's not it. I don't see anything for it. But will. Inventory, character, journal, map. Nope, and there's no... Oh, here we go. Written on the side of the shuttle in pilot slowly slang are the words, "Do not touch, a shipment of tithes to the Blessed Lord Captain Caligos Winter Scale. Perhaps there is something worth your attention in this shuttle." Received a commander cloak. Increase range of all officer archetype abilities by 1 cell. Or an officer. +5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius. Probably only going to be good on me, but can't have 2 cloaks. Give it to Argenta anyways. Don't know that it'll do anything for her, but
I won't tolerate weakness.
now she has a cloak.
It's about time.
Blind mad woman. Our eyes lie. The final dawn purifies vision. Folks, how about you don't come any closer and I don't shoot you? Gain true vision. Renounce false sight. All will be revealed. What? Okay. Abelard just decided to take them out. Lucky Jasper. The young shaggy-haired soldier is still pale. Nonetheless, as you approach, he holsters his pistol, the hallmark of good discipline. He gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lord. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what those babbling creeps wanted with me, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Are you unharmed, soldier? All thanks to you, my lord. Those blind lunatics are all over the city right now. These rebels, damn them to the void, go around maiming anyone they get their hands on and scorning their eyes. Then they leave the poor sods driven mad by the pain to wander the streets babbling nonsense. He lowers his voice and adds with gravity, the command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense, it's heresy, actual heresy. Because listening to it scrambles your brain. It made one patrolman freeze in his tracks while the blind mob got a hold of him and carried him from his post to who knows where. Who are you? Lucky Jaspar, the governor's aide and personal Vox operator. I was dispatched to the starport on special orders. The young man proclaims, desperately trying to tame his tousled hair. What are you doing here on your own? Following Governor Medinez special instructions. Namely, he grits his teeth but with a pained expression, furrowing his brow. Oh right, it's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it. I'm a rogue trader. Why don't I simply order you to tell me everything? It's well within my rights. 80% chance. What if what you know is priceless intelligence and you were to die before you could relay it to anyone? That's a 90. Wink at Adara. Mistress Talas, would you kindly read all his thoughts for me? That's a 100% chance. Whatever punishment you're afraid of, I can do worse things to you. You better start talking. Also 100. Could also just punch him. Well, I mean, these are 100. They're a bit darker, but this one's only 95. Success. Well, that would make me a saboteur and a traitor, wouldn't it? Yes, you're right. This is an emergency. He looks relieved. So why did they send you to this starport? I'm supposed to deliver updated Vox codes and, how should I put it, assess the situation. The planet is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into our Vox net and are now eavesdropping. They made proper communication impossible. This made it impossible. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium has sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot on Ricada Philia, the prison planetoid. Urak 5 station is silent, although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch. I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or a captain here that could give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannon. He stops talking a little too abruptly. Brutally maim him. You know, I think I'll punish you for disclosing classified information after all. Jesus. There's something else you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets? Gaspar looks away. It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason I'm here. My betrothed is still missing, Raquel Vicari, the esteemed Yvain Winterscale's personal pilot. When the riot reports came from Ricada Philia, Lord Yvain headed there personally. This rebellion started down here and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing up there. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of the sky. I wanted to find a place that's high up, set up a Voxcaster there and send them a transmission. The sky is closed off. Don't try to land. But I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased after me, and as I was running, I tripped and broke the caster. He hangs his head sadly. I worry for her. He's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. That is why all members of a Void Ship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant to the Emperor is to their duty, they're always in danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. I pray that no harm comes to her. Pray not for her survival, but for her honorable death, should it come to it. I see. Jasper smiles, but his smile looks a little less carefree than a few moments ago. Who is Yvain Winterscale? The esteemed and honorable scion of blessed rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, master of the Rykad system. At the behest of his illustrious father or grandfather or uncle, well, his illustrious relative, Lord Yvain took up residence on Rykad Minoris. Jasper's face betrays a fierce inner struggle before he blurts out, "You know what I think? I find it curious that blessed Caligos didn't make him the ruler of our world. Lord Yvain is his blood, but it's the governor who rules us. Then why do you think she sent him here? I think he's been exiled." Okay. Tell me about Urak 5. There's not much anyone can tell you about it. That station belongs to the Navis Nobilite themselves. Emperor knows what they do up there, or even who lives there. They scorn ordinary folk. The only person they're willing to grace with an audience is the esteemed Yvain Winterscale. Beginning to sound like he's complaining. That place is creepy. They say they order shuttles with servants from Rykad Minoris on a regular basis. I guess they're too important up there to change filters and clean compartments themselves, huh? Except I've never met anyone who's served there. Like no one ever comes back. I'm looking for an interrogator of the Inquisition who may have arrived on this planet. Have you heard anyone matching that description? Jaspar's face quickly turns gray as he says, "I have, but I don't know where he is now. I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition." Do you think the governor can handle the rebellion? Jasper mumbles evasively. Well, obviously, I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. 100% chance here. I won't tell anyone. Success. Really, you won't? Well then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. His words come flying at the rate of stubber fire. Those rebels are strange. We would have easily quelled a normal riot. We're not some commoners, we're Rykadians. The naval elite of House Winterscale. Those people, they're vicious. They know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise. It's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now she's the real danger. Itaris scoffs and rubs her hands together in excitement. She can see into the future, is that right? We'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they've not failed me once. Well, except that time that the rogue trader died and you didn't even know. I can tell you, without asking my ethereal friends, that her future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain is involved. And we can maim him now. It was my pleasure to be of your service, Lord. Of service to you, my lord. It's been nice to chat with someone normal. He glances warily at the body of the nearest blind lunatic. Bye-bye. You're right, we shouldn't stay here, or we might run into rebels. I'll find a safe place to watch the sky for any landing shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lord. Good chat. My mouse is doing that thing again. Maybe my battery's dying. Now it's fine. I don't know what that is.
Victory awaits!
Oh, guys. Bond's running off on his own. Hello. Eyes. My eyes. Have you got them? Please give them back to me. Even just one, please.
None shall stand in my way.
I'll have a look around, I guess.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
My
Crush them!
God. What is this? There's so many of them. I don't think we have backup this time. Are there supposed to be this many? Probably come back here. Other than going forward. Some good cover here. Can't seem to get him into full cover unless we go way up here.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Alright, Vaughn. Can't shoot him. Can't shoot anybody.
Suits my purposes.
He's right in front of you, Vaughn. He's right there. Please. Why does it say I can't shoot any of these people? Am I doing something different than I just did? He hasn't moved. Don't know. Doesn't have any. Oh, yeah, she does have movement. Well, what if we... Really no way to do this. No other cover. I don't understand why I can't shoot when I just did.
This is unacceptable.
Seriously, what changed? Is it because Vaughn is standing here now? I don't know why that would make a difference. We just killed these guys with her, but we can't shoot over there? I don't understand at all. I don't know, there's not really anything else she can do here.
Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
What? She's going again? Can't get to any other cover, so if I move I'm just standing out there. We can charge.
At your beck and call. All too easy.
Yeah, it must have been Vance in the way there. Because now she can shoot. That's a tasty looking area. Furious Recital.
I'll do it.
And now I can't shoot anybody.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Can't pop your head over that cover, huh?
High momentum.
Can do Revel and Slaughter. Didn't kill anybody, huh? Bunch of damage, but no one died. We can do this though. Use our heroic act. Get a bunch of free shots here.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Was that you? Or...
This is until the end of combat.
On it.
I'd rather not.
Really don't want to move out of here. Boy, friendly fire is definitely a thing. Probably killed as many of their own guys as we have. There's nowhere to shoot from back here.
Nothing I can't do.
Yeah, now we can't shoot again. Must be like peeking out from around this side, but she can't while he's there. Can use this to get her into cover. 40%.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Anything else?
Pain cleanses the body.
High momentum.
Well, that doesn't seem right. They're both standing in the same spot. Immediately restores all AP and MP, gains +2 movement.
My place is at the fore. It will be done.
Oh my god. Vidara's almost dead again.
Not an excuse to shirk one's
There she goes. She dies in every single fight. And she stays the furthest back.
Not a problem for me.
0% chance.
Suits my purposes.
Miss.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Nothing. I will not. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay. Another combat, another trauma on Itera. All of her stats are now reduced. You can't do anything about those. Thankfully it was only Itera in that one. But man. They sure like to throw a lot of enemies at us.
We need to investigate.
Ooh. A bunch of goods.
Follow my lead.
Nothing escapes my sight. Cast your eye there.
Traps. Turret was placed in a great hurry, but the Technomat never had the chance to activate it. The trap ahead. Order your character to disable it. If a character enters a trapped area or fails the test to disarm it, the trap will trigger, dealing damage and inflicting injuries on all characters within the area of effect. Sometimes you see a trap marked with a red area and a connecting dotted line. The line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. Yada yada yada.
A new challenge for me.
Large med kit. We never have an opportunity to do anything about our injuries while they're fresh. I tried doing it last game, but the previous encounter, but it said it wouldn't let me. Removes one fresh injury if none exist. Attempts to remove an old one. But they're not even injuries, they're traumas. Right? Oh no, that's source. Doesn't say anything here. I don't quite understand how their healing works. Whenever the wearer deals damage to an enemy, they have a chance to gain movement points. Let's level up. New trait. Range of officers' abilities is increased by 3. Voice of command is by 6. Whenever the officer uses an ability on an ally, they get a bonus to their perception and ballistic skill equal to his fellowship bonus. The +5. Do stuff that gives temporary wounds. Willpower bonus isn't very good. Yep, let's use the initiative. And we can bring fellowship to 60. That'll give us a +6. Or, yeah. There we go. Coercion's up to 80. Really need like a dedicated healer or something. Choose an ability. Sworn enemy. One creature in a 12-cell radius. Warrior marks the target, gaining extra armor and damage on melee attacks against the target. The target attacks the warrior during this round. Warrior gains +1 AP once per round. One AP lasts 1 round. Warrior's next melee attack gains armor pen, damage, and ignores a percentage of the target's parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Gains the slash ability for this round. Slash cannot be used in the same round as charge. Slash is 0 AP, dashes through an enemy to the cell on the enemy's opposite side and makes a melee attack with half damage. I like the sworn enemy. Do that one. And +10 to guess we could give him a little bit of Medicaid. Expose weakness. +0. While the operator's in half cover, their cover efficiency is increased by 15%. Bonuses doubled if they haven't moved. Evidently we need that. Because she's getting absolutely wrecked. Usually she just picks a spot and stays there. Boost her perception. Immediately dashes in the selected direction, spending all movement points. Does not provoke attack of opportunity. Allows her to dash through allies and enemies, but not obstacles. Soldier and their allies automatically dodge the next attack. Immediately spend all AP and MP to gain a 30% cover efficiency bonus. Next time they use run and gun, they gain back all spent AP and MP, plus 1 additional AP. Resets the cooldown for all other abilities except run and gun. Next area ranged attack. Doesn't have any of that yet. Next burst attack will have its fire rate doubled but deals 25% less damage. All shots follow random trajectories. Okay. Tech use 83%. See if we can get this to work.
I did fine.
Whoop. Did worked? That was weird. Went to a black screen and that was it. And that worked.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Whoa, wait, what?
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive!
Those who seek knowledge find it, and let their enemies grieve not.
What's he doing? Hold back!
Oh. Oh.
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
Hi there. The man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator that covers half his face.
Not another step.
A trill comes from the folds of the partially smoldering crimson raiment. It is binaric speech, the sacred language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Beneric rhythm transforms into a Vox-synthesized voice that sounds like rolling thunder over a vast plain.
Flee, for I am death.
His gaunt hand rises to stop you, and immediately your Vox howls in pain and your machine equipment starts crackling. The tech priest's blazing power axe disgorges a cloud of righteous sparks, and his visor glows menacingly in blue and green.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Blast it!
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. Abelard, this is no time to lose your composure. Present me. Maintain a contemptuous silence. I am rogue trader von Valancius von Valancius. I mean you no ill.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation.
Bully.
The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
The tech priest stares resolutely forward, his mechadendrite tentacles rising gracefully around his hunched figure, which is illuminated by the flames of the smoldering remains of the machine. Who are you?
I identify as Magos Pascal Hanema of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
The tech priest turns around and stares aghast at the burning remains as if he had nothing to do with what just happened. His vox produces a mournful prayer.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
Oh jeez. You don't even know how you caused such an explosion?
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me. I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
If the tech priest's voice carried any compassion for the dead, the dry words that crackled from his vox systems did not convey a shred of it. You appear to be injured. You should go back. You'll be given medical attention. Yeah, well, that's true of our whole party. Actually, I think Argenta doesn't have a trauma yet, but you must be quite devoted to your mentor to be willing to wade into this mess.
Cessation of vital functions is an unavoidable phenomenon, and therefore an insignificant one. The doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death. With my mentor's words, the Omnissiah gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumph in service. I will be redeemed, and I will triumph.
Get in here.
Acknowledged. predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Nice. The insurgents walked in a crowd right across the mine barriers, seemingly oblivious to the fear of death. So what was... I thought this was where we had to go. Are you guys going to be dumb about this, or... I feel like they're going to be dumb about this.
I'm always ready.
Don't walk in the red.
My whispers crave entertainment.
Button it close there, Argenta. Not yet.
Ready for data input.
Alright, what's he got going on here? Got the same stuff. Maybe he'll be like a closer range operative. Dogmatic. Reduce damage dealt from target attacks. Target's attacks. Target with a reject the flesh feature suffers 20 shock damage. Machines and mechanisms suffer 20 shock instead. And its characteristics get reduced. All weapons in a huge area gain additional effects. Allies' weapons get recoil reduction. And enemies suffer penalties to dodge. Enemy weapons recoil is increased and allies gain a chance to dodge. Yeah, he looks like he's close combat oriented the way he's set up right now. Got a bunch of stuff that dish out exploits to nearby enemies. Yeah, and his weapon skill is 55. Let's boost that to 60 and make it even. +2 movement. I don't know if he can parry. Bonus to dodge. Increase wounds. Gains a 13 to tech use. Crazy. Tide of Excellence. Whenever an operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, he gains +1 damage and 2% armor pen until the end of combat. And we got one more characteristic bonus. Let's do intelligence, bring that to 50. Brought his tech use up to 85. Weapon skills up to 60. What's he got here? He's got his power axe, omniscient axe. Got a huge range on it for that brutal strike. Can cause bleeding. 35% armor pen. He doesn't have an additional loadout here, but it does look like he can carry two-handed weapons. Got one on his mechadendrite, or I guess that's not a mechadendrite, it's like a servo. Something. An integrated weapon of some kind. We'll leave vestment.
My competences are not that universal.
Alright, so what is this then? I just thought that area over there was going to be something small. No, looks like this was the small area. What is this? The drum exudes a caustic smell of promethium. Thankfully, the rebels have not yet reached them to set this place ablaze. 100% tech use. Got a Death World Origin light flak armor. Was it? Now, can that only go on Death World characters, or? Base armor property, 1% parry chance with melee attacks. World property. Oh, so maybe if you're a Death World character, it gives you the +5 agility. Does it say anywhere where we're from? I mean, Vaughn is from Hive World. I know that, but Abelard might have been from an Imperial world. Where would it say that? Origin talents, Hive World, Imperial, yeah. Forsaken World. Planet of Lyra lies in the deeper reaches of the Coronis Expanse. After a prolonged loss of contact with the Imperium, the population descended into heresy and turned to sorcery and forbidden knowledge to ensure their own survival and welfare. Well, it's not a Death World. Imperial World. Forge World, unsurprisingly. Okay, so we don't have anyone that can make full use of that. Does increase the parry chance. but probably don't need that on anybody wearing light armor. Did we not get this? Never actually picked that up, huh?
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
That's what I was afraid of. You got Medicaid training or no? No.
It's about time.
An entire procession of cargo servitors was destroyed by gunfire and not a single one of them attempted to flee. Why is this not updating? Or like keeping up with the updates? I gotta keep scrolling it. Darkness is coming, and in it there will shine a spark of dawn, the final dawn. Bolter. Probably not a better one, but let's see. Rate of fire is lower. The recoil is much lower. Does more damage.
I won't tolerate weakness.
In violation of the right of operation, the shuttle's Promethium tanks have been abandoned and left open. Someone interrupted the fueling sacrament.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Every one of the dead have had their eyes ruthlessly burned. Gas cloud grenade, frag grenades. Distribute those to the team.
Victory awaits.
The auditory hallucination problem troubling this unit can be rectified.
Let me guess. It involves the drill on your mechadendrite? There's no need, really. My burden suddenly doesn't seem so heavy.
Some sentry turrets. Maybe let's go up here.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oh. Thin skin. 5% more dodge if the wearer's agility is 40 or more. Give that to her. Somehow her agility is not being penalized right now. Activate the turrets.
Follow my lead!
The machine god grants me insight.
Take a knee!
Jesus.
And bow before me!
Show them no mercy.
Really don't have a lot of cover here. Alright, so Vaughn gets a free turn at the start of combat where he can use one of his fancy abilities here. Except he can't target anybody. Because apparently he has to see them. And they have to be in range. This doesn't seem to help us here. Gotta get that trait that boosts his range, apparently. Those melted turrets? Jeez. What is going on with their bodies? 10 cell radius.
High momentum. Who wants some more? The Omnissiah knows all.
Sworn enemy. No line of sight to the target.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call. That's not the Seneschal's job.
And... oh, there we go. 31. My God.
I'll do it.
That one went a lot better. Now, what is up with their bodies being like this? Is that because of the guns? Seems like the freshly killed ones look like that.
A new challenge for me?
Anything else in the area? I don't see any. Streets of the capital.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Our formation is all kinds of messed up now. Let's do... maybe something like this. No, wow. Really wish that was a confirm button, not reset. How is that this? Wait, what? No. Yeah. Oh, it's purple, huh? I thought that was blue. Oh, it is purple. Looks blue from the inside. Changing our colors doesn't really do anything anymore. Backpack. Alright, well it's 10 o'clock. So why don't we save up? Sweet. Well, we certainly talked to a lot of people today. Learned a lot of new things. Picked up a new squad member. And got a bunch of injuries. All in all, not too bad. Already got one of our... well, I assume that this guy is going to be our replacement for our... what the heck were they called? Oh, Engineer Prime. So that'll be cool. I don't know much about him yet, but he seemed interesting. I like that we asked him how he caused that vehicle to just spontaneously combust, and he's like, what? I did that? Gotta find out what that's about. Apparently so does he. Yeah. Let's go to the menu. Yes. Yeah. So I've decided to try alternating games starting tomorrow. So in the past I was doing like 2 different games a week. And I was doing like 3 days of one, 2 days of another. But I think tomorrow we'll pick up. Still haven't decided what exactly I want to do to replace one of our games. I am really itching to play more Cyril M Ultimate. I had planned on going on a break with that, but I also don't want to like lose my momentum on it. I feel like we were really just getting into some cool stuff there now that we're in the post-story game. So there's a possibility I'll play that. I'll have a look through my library and see what stands out to me, and if nothing really catches my eye, we might just pick up Cyril M again. And we'll do that whichever tomorrow, and then we'll come back to Rogue Trader on Tuesday, and then we'll just keep switching back and forth. So that's at least my plan. I just wanted to try that and see how I like that compared to doing like 3 of something, 2 of another. So anyways, that's the plan. But for tonight, that's all for me. So I'll see you next time. Thanks for stopping by. Bye.